Hello there, everybody. How are you all doing today? Hopefully, you're doing great. You might notice, didn't get my hair cut like I said I would. Was much busier of a weekend than I thought it would be, so I didn't get around to it. But that's okay. Soon, soon. Not like you guys really care, I don't think. I care a lot more, I'm sure, because this is pretty annoying to deal with. But anyway, also, if the audio sounds any different, I did change some stuff. You guys know me. Audio always evolving, ever evolving, never staying the same, always really annoying to deal with. Decided to change some stuff. So if I sound better, worse, let me know. If I sound the same, then that's probably roughly good. Because then that means there's no... I mean, you'd think like it'd be better if you knew a difference, like if it were a better difference, but if it stays the same, then I mean that's fine too, because I want it to essentially sound the same. There are just these tiny little things that are kind of bothering me that I want to sort out. Anyway, today we're playing Tangle Tower, which is a game that I actually only know about because I got an email from. I believe the devs of Mermaid Tongue, which I believe is the new game coming out. And I read that they're like, "Oh, you should try our demo. If you like it, let us know, and we'll keep you updated on stuff relating to the game." Excuse me. And I was like, I'm intrigued. Then I looked it up, or maybe they said it in the email. I don't quite remember. That it's technically a sequel to Tangle Tower. And I'm like, okay, well, the best way to find out if I'm interested would be to play the original Tangle Tower and then play the new game and then see from there, right? So we're going to be doing that, and I think it should be pretty fun. And it just so happened Tangle Tower was on sale for a crazy, crazy good price. So I'm like, well, yeah, I'll jump on it, right? May as well. Oh my god, the volume is super loud again. Hold on, I turned it down. Okay, well, if it's not gonna stay the same through there, the only reason I did it in game before, hold on, let me turn that off, was because normally it stays that good volume, but if it's not going to anyway, I'll turn it down myself. It's probably about good, right? Probably. If it's not good, then we'll fix it later. I think though that it should be good. Okay. Okay. All right, so Tangle Tower. Don't know what that is. We have the art gallery. Every character location you'll be unlocked as you encounter them. Okay. All right, also, today, just a very slight aside, I know we'll get to the game in a moment. I don't have my, now, this doesn't really matter necessarily, but I figure I'll say it anyway, because why not? Currently, I'm cleaning out my normal water bottle, because I don't want it to get dirty, so I'm cleaning it out. So today, instead of that, I just have normal bottles of water. Yeah, not as fun, but whatever, it'll do. This keeps on coming down. I really need to find a way to make that tighter. I really need to make this tighter. It's a slight bit of a nuisance. And I also have a little butter pecan tart, because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna treat myself today. I already have it like half finished, and stream only just started. Also, apparently, SFP Games, from what I understand, might be the same devs. I don't know for sure, but I hear it's the same devs that made Snipper Clips, which I think is pretty cool. The beginning. Tangle Tower. Mid-afternoon. All right, let's see what happens. I'm pretty excited, personally. I love the art already. Like, I have a little bit, have a look at the art, and that seemed really good.
It's the only way on or off the island.
Okay.
What a comforting thought.
I didn't think it would let me click on that.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
Hmm.
Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Is
I
this
tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put.
really? Can you click on literally everything?
No, probably.
Loving the confidence.
I'm curious. What about the water?
That's a big lake.
Really? Okay, that's pretty good already.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah. Water with poison in it.
I mean, he might have a good point.
Mountains.
Wow, really? Okay, I'm already impressed. One thing that to me speaks really good about like a point and click game is when you can click on everything and get some dialogue, right?
They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
Hmm. Okay.
What are they?
Wind chimes.
Wind chimes.
Yeah, see? I know about wind chimes.
Wind chimes.
Ah, okay. A gate?
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous.
Well, we're gonna be here all day. I'm gonna tell you guys that right now.
Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
You ready, Sally?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
She might be correct, actually.
You have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on.
Hmm.
Did you read it?
No.
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Case file. Murder victim Freya Fellow, 19. Died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, age 58. Location, Flora's Tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. Okay, that's already pretty damning in my opinion. So there we have our victim. A small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays, it goes by Tangle Tower. Excuse me. Nowadays, it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. It is surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colors. Also, just realizing I should probably turn the turn the capture cursor on just so you guys can see what I'm clicking on. Yeah, there we go. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Okay, so that's it? Yeah, okay, so that's it so far. Okay, pretty interesting, So Freya. Can't really tell much for Freya. This looks very... I can see snipper clips. What was that? Did the color go weird for anyone else, or was that just me? So yeah, I can see the snipper clip style already coming through. Also gives me a very, like, Psychonauts kind of vibe. Interesting.
It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
True.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
Okay, so that's my case file down there, which I'm currently blocking, but there's a button for it. And this is movement. Okay. Oh, all right. I see. Gardens.
Spooky.
Very.
What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is
Probably.
It working?
No.
No. Very
It's a
Shaggy
statue
from
of
Scooby-Doo.
some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Can I die in this? I don't know. I'm gonna look closer. Oh.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Hey, Kitty, welcome back to the stream. How you doing today there, friendo?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Doesn't seem like the puzzle can be solved yet. I like to take on that challenge. I can also just like rotate it like, oh, that's kind of neat. Be a good way to try and solve it by accident. Nothing so far though. Okay.
Looks like he's playing a semi-grand pedal harp.
You some kind of harp expert, Sally?
She might be. Kitty says, sorry I'm late. I felt sick all day. No, no worries. Perfectly fine.
Did you not know?
I'm sorry
I
that
had a
you're feeling
harp when I was
sick.
a kid. A little handheld one, only 8 strings.
I had a little harp when I was a kid too, actually. Like, it wasn't a real harp. It was like, kind of like one of those little toy harps. I also had a little toy violin, funnily enough. I don't know what happened to it. Probably got rid of it eventually. Now I have a real violin. I just don't know how to play it quite yet. But I do have a real violin, funnily enough. Got it pretty cheap too, actually.
Liar.
I really should learn one day. I need to actually learn the violin one day. See, it's weird because I have like 3 instruments, right? I have 3 instruments, but I don't know how to play any of them yet. Because my mom would always like find a good one for pretty cheap, and then she'd be like, well, do you want to learn it? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I literally have 3 instruments that I need to learn how to play one day. I think one of these days I legitimately should just practice. Like, I have a guitar, which I need to get a string fixed, mind you, because it was damaged a couple of years ago. I just haven't gotten it fixed yet. I have a banjo, which my mom got really cheap from a friend at her work. And I have a violin. So, you know, I should learn all of them at some point.
It's the truth, I swear.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
Maybe look up some YouTube tutorials.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Harp statue. An old weathered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments. Okay.
A bench of solid cold stone.
Indeed.
My favorite kind.
This is really tempting, by the way. Every time I glance down and I see this butter tart. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be eating it on stream. I'm sorry. I figure it's a nice treat to myself, alright? You guys know me. Normally I don't eat on stream. So the fact that I'm doing that means I probably really want a butter tart. Or a pecan butter tart.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
It's so good too. It's like so good. Like, I don't know. Like for real? I know I'm getting distracted from the game here, but for real. If you haven't ever had like a butter pecan tart, or pecan butter tart, or whatever these are called, find it, try one. They're so good. Like, legitimately, I've always loved these things. I think you get them in larger varieties. We normally get the like smaller handheld kind. But like, man, they're always so good. This one is particularly good too. Or maybe it's because I haven't had them in a while. I'm not too sure. But really good.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
Eggy, huh?
What animal is that?
A bird of some kind.
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
I'd believe it.
It's a bandstand.
Oh, it was a gazebo.
Small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
Okay, I like that. Okay, that's a good joke.
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
I'm gonna finish this because it's too distracting. I literally look down, I see it constantly in front of me. I'm just gonna finish it.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape.
What? What?
Or it used to be.
Huh. Of course, I need something to read when I got food in my mouth. This is okay. I'm sorry. The cassette tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
Maybe a little bit.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
I was thinking it.
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
That must be Tangle Tower.
I thought you'd say more. I was gonna scratch my face. All right. Well, so far we found some pretty interesting things. Main entrance, Tangle Tower.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
there is.
Tangle Tour.
Twir.
Twir. And take the O.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Okay.
Tangle.
Twir.
Repeated. Okay, I don't know why. It's just really funny to hear her say twir after like go through all that
Little
fast.
bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds? Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
So I see something down here that I
Is that
find
an envelope?
interesting. I thought
It's been
so.
open, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Nah.
No, definitely.
The envelope has been ripped open. There's a single piece of papier inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Drawn on the other sheet, huh?
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Well, that
Don't
is
think
going to
it's
be
locked.
handy.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
No,
I'm
surely.
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Was this?
That leads back to the gardens.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing much else. So I can go 2 places. Main foyer, I believe, or this place.
Let's head to the crime scene first.
Okay, fine.
It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
Grand Hall. Okay, Grand Hall. Oh, family tree.
What is that?
It's family tree.
I think it's a family tree.
Yeah, I'm gonna look closer. So what do we have here? So we got Lord Fellow?
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
Lady
Lady
Fellow.
Do these people not have first names? Lord Remington.
He sounds important.
He does.
Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my bathroom.
Okay.
Lord Pointer.
This goes back a couple of generations. Lady Pointer.
How do you become a lady?
Hmm.
I want to be a lady.
Selena Stonetop. So eventually we got to the Stonetops. It's interesting.
Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
Okay. Felicia Fellow.
Alicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here?
Damien Dusk.
Damien Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
That'd be a cool ass name.
It's Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
Then you have Freya, the victim.
Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
And Flint fellow.
A purebred fellow, if there ever was one.
You know, I guess
Married
that's
a random
true.
outlaw.
Do you think he still lives here?
I guess it's kind of true, actually, considering, like, is this meant to imply, like, inbreeding to some degree? That's kind of very accurate, probably.
Felix Fellow. Looks like he married his way into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
And Emily Everstone.
Emily Everstone. Do you think she still lives here?
Nothing about Emily Everstone. What about Fitzfellow?
Half fellow, half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here?
I'm getting a bit of a theme. So for the Remington, so Felix married Flora Remington.
Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file.
Is she?
Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
And then there was a Richard Remington.
Remington.
The one and only.
Primrose.
Primrose Remington.
Married into the Pointer family.
I like the name Primrose.
It's a good name.
Do you think she still lives here?
Percival Pointer. The name Percival, though.
Percival Pointer.
Very fancy sounding.
He married into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
It's probably gonna always end with, do you think he still lives here? Do you think she still lives here? Except for probably these guys.
Brackley.
What a name.
I like it.
Do you think he still lives here?
Okay, never mind. They're gonna do it for him, too.
Pandora Pointer.
All this alliteration isn't happening by accident, is it?
Do you think she still lives here?
Yeah, I didn't even catch that, actually. Penelope Pointer.
Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here?
And then finally, Poppy Pointer.
Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here?
So this is definitely going to be very important.
Pretty. Pretty.
Bow Dragon.
Pretty.
And the crab, is that going to be pretty?
Pretty.
All right. You have interesting tastes. So you have the
big
fellow
letter F.
side and their Pointer side, I guess.
Course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
Oh, a
This
Pointer.
one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
The delivery on the lines is really good. What's this?
That's a big glass tube filled with water.
Uh-huh.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it
See, that I do find interesting.
anymore.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Okay, so I'm guessing I can go in either direction.
Stairs.
Stairs?
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
I wonder.
A room.
Makes sense. I do like how even, like, they could repeat the line from here to over here, but I like how they do change the character that says it.
It's not locked.
So I'm noticing a difference in door style between the two of them too. Kind of gives me a very like red and blue from TF2 kind of vibe. So we need to go up there. I presume it's gonna force me there? 'Cause that's where the crime scene is. Flores Tower. All right. There's the chalk outline too. Okay, so let's have a chat with
Take
her.
a look at that painting first.
Never mind.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
It looks pretty finished to me.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
Okay, it's not finished, because yeah, you still have this side that's not done. Freya wasn't able to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
Man, the
There's
animation's
something
so
wrong with the
good.
crime scene, and something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Exactly. Huh. There's something very strange about how Freya was killed. I mean... Let me see here. She was completely covered in... Used to knock out. I mean, I guess it'd be... It's holding a knife tipped with blood. Guess Freya was going to eat it. I don't know about that. But it was removed from the scene. It's probably what they're going for.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Nope.
Nope. Okay, I thought that'd be it. Was the painting somehow involved?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
I like how this feels so far. I'm liking this. Guess Freya put it there because Freya's gonna eat it because it stabbed Freya?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You
Very.
think Freya was stabbed by a painting. Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right.
I mean,
But
probably
it's
true.
not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
I mean, she has a point. Tangle Tower, an unfinished painting. Okay. Got a Shivo. I wonder if I should probably turn off the notification sounds. How do I do that from here? It's been a little bit. How do I do that? Can I do that? I don't know. I don't know. See, I feel like it shouldn't be going off. Maybe it's not that. Yeah, it's probably fine for now, at least. I don't think it'll bug anybody.
Half the room is a big open window.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if you
interesting.
can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
You know what? I can dig that. I can dig that. Let's have a chat with Flora. You seem very intimidating.
Flora Fellow?
I see.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions on...
I don't think she's gonna be very
Did you
cooperative.
witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
Hmm. Oh.
Flora.
Oh, I see. So that's just that. Yeah, okay. Yourself.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
See, I feel like it'd be too easy to say she's the murderer.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope.
But at least we can say we tried.
Okay, statement.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
I'm really curious what her voice is gonna be whenever she eventually does talk.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Okay, we have that which is locked. Okay, I'm intrigued. Wait. What's that? Yeah, it's nothing.
Anything we
Spoken
should
to.
know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window?
Okay, what about
Are
Freya?
you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire.
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Just
she's
going straight in, huh?
listening.
Okay. What about Tangle Tower? Case file? The harp statue. The damaged tape. Letter?
Did you
Portrait?
ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
Ominous. Okay. I see.
Freya's painting supplies.
Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. The glass pots are all cracked down one side.
Freya's painting supplies.
Okay, just same thing. What about the egg?
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
That is a little bit weird.
It's also covered in gemstones.
Nah, it's just fancy.
What a completely ordinary object.
I
No.
think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
So it positions the gem jar to the egg to see a clue on the back. Okay, so
It's some kind of clue about where to put the gemstones.
I kind of figured. Here, wait. Okay, yeah, okay, so you need to go there, and I believe you need to go there. You need to go here. Or do I have that backwards? I have these two backwards. You go over here. Wait, nope, nope, I got that wrong. You go over here? Yeah. Wait. Wait. Yeah. So we need one up here. Right? You gotta go there. I think I got this. You. Where would do? Okay, so this one is yellow, but I gotta make sure I'm taking the correct yellow. Right. Yeah. Right? Straight bend, bend, straight bend. So this one. So that would be that and that, I believe. What did I not do? These two need to be swapped. Right? Next, that one's on the shorter part of the bend. Straight, and yellow is on the long end. I know this one isn't even hard. I'm just trying to think, like, which ones did I mess up? Because I think they're all in the same. I think they're all in the correct spot. No. Because these two need to lead to each other. Which they do. Naturally. Yeah. This. Okay, so they're all in the correct spot. I just need to figure out where I got some of them wrong. Shorter part of the bend, longer part of the bend. Longer straight. Stars on the one directly on the bend. That one's on the shorter. I mean, this all seems correct, I think. Like, these two don't need to be swapped, right? No. I don't believe so. No. I think it's only a swap that I need to do. I'm just not too sure which one needs swapping. And I refuse to use the hint. At least I assume this is a hint.
Nope.
Let's click it. Oh, no.
Did you check the clue on the back of the
Okay.
egg?
So that's just to see if it's unlocked. Okay.
Pretty sure it explains where to put each of the gemstones.
Is that it? I can't, I assume that's when I'm done. See, I thought I would just do it automatically. So if I gotta click a thing for when I'm done, then that adds, I like that. But what am I, so what am I... What I miss? Okay, it's based on color. So purple. Are the purples in the correct spot? Shorter. And right before the bend. Wait. Wait, I have this one. Which one? Do I have this one in the incorrect spot? Bend. Bend. Wait, right? These two might be in the wrong spots.
I guess that's wrong.
What's the deal with those lines between the gems? They must mean something.
Wait. So it forms like kind of like a chair. I mean, I guess it does. That just doesn't look correct. Because it's not. I got these two swapped out. Yeah, so that goes on shorter. Now we should be good.
Nothing.
Really?
Each line connects two slots, forming pairs. The exact same pairs are represented in the clue on the back.
This
They're
is
just
true.
rearranged and rotated.
This is true. Okay, so wait. Or did I... Oh, because I did that. Or it didn't go that way. There you go.
That's the one.
I was gonna say, like, I thought I did it.
Hey, not bad.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
I mean, I guess. Empty egg. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is soft, velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on three strange feet with pointed claws. Interesting. Music box?
Is that a gramophone?
Gramophone, yes.
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Gramophone. It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's a noticeable crack running through it along all the way from the horn. Excuse me, down through the tape deck. Also, I can look a bit closer? I don't know if that would do anything.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
To Freya. The cassette tape is the crack down the middle. There's a handwritten message on the label. To Freya.
Do you think it still works?
So whoever smashed it didn't want the contents of the tape getting out, clearly.
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Gramophone can still be used to listen to audio cassettes. Okay, let's listen to this one first.
It's piano music.
Cassette tape is correct in the middle. It's recording piano music. It plays for a short while before stopping. So it just repeats? I do like how it's clearly messed up too. Okay. If I gotta remember this, then that could be pretty rough for me. But it does just repeat. No, it doesn't. It is actually different the whole way through. I do like how this is giving like a very cassette-y vibe too, with it doing like the rotate. It's like brew, brew, brew. Man, crazy to think that cassette tapes were a thing, eh? And that I had a few. Because I remember the cassette tapes I had. What? No, the cassette tapes I had would have been like a WWE, well, WWF back then, a cassette tape for some of their music. Before I got a CD player. Not sure what else. I know I had a couple. I think maybe I had like an NSYNC one, or was NSYNC only CD? I'm trying to think. Okay, and that's when it smashes, I guess. Okay. What about you? I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all. This is actually pretty creepy.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
It's recording of someone walking outdoors. The distorting humming melody can be heard. Okay, weird.
It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room. That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. See, I was kind of thinking that.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there. The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back.
Excuse me.
There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle.
You're right where she would have gotten stabbed.
No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Could have gotten stabbed in the back. Found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. Okay. Hardcore into with knife is not paint, was discovered to be blood. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like on the photo, she's not quite right up by the canvas for some reason. Weird.
There's a single. No.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right
So?
up, so she was probably.
Let's check the case file again.
See, I don't know if I'm supposed to, like, point that out. It's not letting me, but I mean, that is a bit strange, isn't it? It's like an odd detail, because she's definitely farther back in the photo. Which means it was probably moved. Oh, an eye.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I didn't even see that.
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Okay, what can you tell me about the paint? The empty
Flora,
egg.
This is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
Oh, the animation's so good.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
Okay. Okay, all makes sense. All makes sense. See, I don't know if I'm supposed to point that out. Oh. What's that?
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
The palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the paintings.
Didn't even get a chance to
Yeah,
clean
okay,
her
so
brush.
that just gives you the same thing. All right. I'm not really seeing much else in here for me to look at, personally. So I guess we'll show one of the other rooms. I want to go down here. I want to have a look at in this room. I'm curious about it. Stone Square. Okay, here's someone. Are you a pointer? You look like you'd be a pointer.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point. But someone scratched it off.
Okay. Who are you?
Whoa.
You look very
nice
friendly.
cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
Yeah, very friendly
Sorry,
fellow.
And this is my sidekick,
Or pointer.
Grimoire.
One of the
A
two.
private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
You're a detective?
Nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
All right. I'm intrigued. Okay, tell me about yourself.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us
Okay.
make a small exception.
That's good. That's good.
Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
That's very specific.
5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
Ah, okay. All right. Okay, so this is a very interesting character already. I like her.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder.
I also want to point out that I like how they didn't do the thing where it's like, well, I'm not going to answer any questions that you have. But it's like, yeah, she is the suspect. She is here, so she could be for all we know. And it's like, you point that out and she's like, yeah, okay, sure. I'll answer your questions. Fine. Because, she would know, being a detective herself, she would know that she probably should answer the
I've been
questions.
investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers
Hey,
is one
me
of
too
the
soon.
last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Okay,
Fiona
okay.
was in the library too.
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Interesting. So what's your statement?
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
Okay, she has a bird on her
Crouching
head.
The banister of the Pointer staircase
Interesting.
with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay, okay. That's a pretty good statement. Do I get to keep that? Oh no, I get to ask questions, I guess. I forgot about that. Hey, tell me about Flora.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
Do
Okay.
you think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
Okay, tell me about yourself.
314 cases solved.
That's pretty good.
And 14.
That part's very important. Go for
Freya
you.
Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
Ah, but it'd be so easy though. Hey, you can tell me about any of
Tangle
these.
Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you
True.
searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that.
Is that
I was
true though?
disappointed, too.
Okay, tell me about
You
the case
truly
file.
consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
I've not.
They're working on it.
That's a no, then. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried.
Pond?
It was underwater.
Yeah,
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
perhaps.
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although
Does.
I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
See, because I have been thinking that, right? Like, what if the painting itself is, like, alive somehow? I don't know the rules of this world so far. Maybe that's possible. Maybe it isn't.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Yep. All right.
Got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be
Congratulations.
hiding something in there.
Wait a
It
minute.
was empty yesterday, too.
What did
It
she say?
was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
What did she say Flora might have been
Got it
hiding?
open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
Hiding the.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
But hiding the what, I wonder?
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Well, it's my answer, though. It is kind of a cop-out, but that's usually my answer. I like anything as long as it sounds good.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
All right. Okay, so I guess we got all of our answers here. Richard Remington brother, Lord Remington father, Primrose Pointer sister. Up there. So these are the statements, I'm guessing. How was Freya killed? Laying her back with a single stab wound to the chest. You can see there's like paint all over her too. That's pretty interesting. No weapon was found at the scene. Red color tip of the knife is not paint. Detective Hawkshaw. Okay, so claims that moved here to the Grand Hall and main entrance to there. I don't think Hawkshaw did it. I have my doubts on that.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Rotate delves until all 4 hands are in the correct position. So that one moves. Okay, I see. Huh. Interesting. Now, what would the correct position be, I wonder? Because they're blocking something. Okay, so it only works on the corners. So... So, like, this looks like a 9, clearly. No matter what I do here, though, that's not going to look like anything different, I don't think. See, and that kind of gives, like, the vibe of a 2. Right? Or 12. Wait. Maybe. So I'm guessing they have to like form Like their number? I just don't know how I really get that. Because that's 12. That's 9. But I don't see how this formulates any sort of number. The same goes for this one. These two are a mystery to me. Okay, so that moves 3. This moves 2. That moves 3. And this would be the positions on the clock that you would want, right? Yeah, it would, because then 10, 11, 12, yeah. So I can't have anything in these positions, so it would have to be... So that would be a 3, but I don't really see how that would be a 3. That would have to be, like, what, a 6? But I don't really see how that could be. This doesn't make a 6, right? Wait a minute. This one forms a 6. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, because it goes like whoop. Yeah, okay, so oh wait. You know, you can't really see it behind my webcam. You can't see behind my webcam. Hold on, let me turn my webcam off briefly so you can see. So as you can see, that forms a 6 down there. Sorry about that. I don't think I should keep the webcam off for this one, but maybe I should move the webcam over to the other side. Maybe that makes more sense. Just because that one is the kind. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll move my webcam actually, because it seems like all the important stuff is going to be on the right side. Oop, no, don't want to move that one. So I'll move myself over here. Nope, no, not flip vertical. I don't want to be upside down. Okay, thank you. I'm dumb, so I always forget like vertical and horizontal. I forget which one's which. There we go. Okay, so we have all of them except for this one. So this one has to be a 3. But how does this form a 3? Oh, it forms a 3. I see it now. Yeah, because it's like okay. So we have it. We have all the pieces now. So these two I have connected perfectly. But okay, wait. Okay, so those ones are connected perfectly. So it's just this one that's off. There we go. So that should be it.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, look at that. Look at us using our big brain, like big brain moves, right?
Nice work. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Small lens. A small brass tool with a curved glass lens. It has screws at the base.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
That is quite impressive.
I want one.
Okay, here. What do you make of this
This
thing?
belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, Dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Okay, alright. So would I be able to use it then? See, if I'm over here, am I blocking anything? I think I will eventually, but I think for the most part we're fine.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
A greenhouse.
AKA a greenhouse.
What's this way?
A little bridge leading back to the gardens.
Okay.
It's a sea serpent. Turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded. By the same wizard.
Nah, of course. Giant mushrooms, wow.
Ever see a mushroom that big before?
I would cook it and eat it.
Not in real life.
Okay, well, intriguing. Very intriguing. Okay, let's go to the greenhouse. Well, you, my friend, are looking quite intimidating. What's this?
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Potted fruit. A potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color. Okay, I'll bite. Who are you?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
Who might you be?
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Staring, definitely.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
Okay, so he's an interesting fellow already. Right?
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
I
That
did,
giant
yes.
green and purple lake surrounding the entire house. Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what?
Of what?
Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this
To the
got to do with
plants?
plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
So I'm just gonna say, this guy right here, now granted this is not AI and it's definitely much better written. This guy is giving me very vaudeville vibes with how he's talking. And it's making me have a little bit of a flashback to a time that I did not really enjoy that much. So, I don't know how I feel about you, Fritz. I'm gonna say you're kind of sus.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration?
Okay.
Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Okay, what were you doing
I
yesterday?
was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
Okay, tell me your statement.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
Okay.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Yeah, we.
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that?
You did not.
Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya
That
was
explains
right
that,
there,
then.
laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Okay. So I think that all adds up so far, right? She didn't mention anything about snapping at him, but, you know, she could have just left that out, right?
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Bit of a tortured soul.
She questioned me,
About what?
my work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
Okay, so that right there, I believe, is a bit of a contradiction, because Hawkshaw said she was in the greenhouse just yesterday. So that is her being incorrect about something, or her being a bit deceptive. Because I believe him when he said that he himself would know. He seems like the kind of guy that would know.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her. But
Okay.
she was always kind.
Interesting.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke.
That's a good
I
say.
was joking.
Oh,
Oh,
I see.
okay. All right. What can you tell me about everything that I have?
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
I was gonna
Let's
say,
call it an informed estimation.
huh? Okay.
Who gave you that information?
Well,
Don't worry about
We
it.
don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I
That'd be
thought about
weird.
that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
True. Yeah, the harp statue.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
Okay.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Really? Okay.
How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something
And
else.
what?
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so.
I mean, that is true,
In
yes.
time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
Nah, I'm probably reading a lot into that, but that almost seems like he's maybe even against like mixing bloodlines. I don't know if that's true. That just seems really interesting to say. Usually, like that seems very like he prefers things pure, which, to be fair, he does seem a bit strange, right? So it would make
It's
sense.
an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story.
Yeah. All right.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Okay, so Poppy is all about the gramophone and the music tapes, huh?
There's something off about this.
Well, cassette
What is
tapes.
it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
I mean, I think I might see what he's getting
You
at.
ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
Okay.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
I mean, that's a perfectly fair answer to me, to be honest. I think that's fine. Okay, so we have nothing left for you, Fritz.
Fitz's room is unlocked.
Or Fitz.
It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Let's go later. I want to explore around here a little bit more.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
And then we'll go back up to the room that he mentioned, Flora's room.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Now, what about the bug?
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Okay, you're talking a lot about magic. Don't know how I feel about
Tools.
that.
Used by a gardener.
Mm-hmm.
For gardening.
Mm-hmm.
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
Yeah, they do seem pretty
Must
off.
be poisonous.
Yes,
Anything can be poisonous.
that is 100% accurate.
Good to know.
Okay, what's this?
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
That's pi. I don't know what the other symbols are, though.
Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
Is that pi?
Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. BA. So this is just all Or like Greek numerals, Greek letters. Okay, let me do some detective work here. Let's see, Greek alphabet. Yeah, beta, alpha. So it starts off with okay, so there's pi. So it goes pi, then epsilon, I guess. Yeah, pi, epsilon. Pi, epsilon, omega. And then it looks like you combine... No, that's not it. It's like a little curvy do. See, I'm not seeing that one here. Unless that's... But it doesn't look like it would be. Unless you combine it together. No, that wouldn't be it. But it's all like Greek numeral though, because the final one is chi, I guess. Or ps. No wait. Yeah, chi or c. K? As in cat, so it's k. Key, maybe. What's the one beside that? That's like an S? I don't see that one here either. I'm just seeing if there's like any other ones. Unless what I'm supposed to do is translate that in some other way. Or what it is, what it could be, is it could be... Oh, wait, no, it's 8. It's not a 6. That's my bad. I read that wrong. Or what it could be, now this could be my interpretation of it, is that what we're seeing here is actually incorrect, right? And that we're supposed to kind of like formulate something from it or look at it in a different way. So like, for example, this kind of looks like that a little bit. And that kind of looks like that, just upside down, and if you put like a little stroke through it, right? I don't think that'd be it, just because it doesn't really match up, but I am curious, because I don't know what those two are. But it doesn't really seem like it's part of a puzzle yet.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Okay, well, let's go up. Let's go back up here, because I don't... He says I may have missed something, but I think I get what he means. I think. It's the eye. It has to do with the eye, right? Because if we have a look at the paints here... So what paints are used? Because you have this big gloop right here in the middle, which I think is either green or black, but it looks a lot like that.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, just same thing. I don't know if that's what they're trying to go for. But he's implying I may have missed something, but I don't know what I could have missed, besides maybe the eye. But I don't really see anything else that would really work, I don't think. At least nothing that I can just kind of see by looking. Okay, let's go have a look at Fitz's room. That's not Fitz's room. That's Poppy's room, isn't it? No, that's Fitz's room, I think. Yeah, not much. As to be expected, right?
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Poppy. So Poppy pointer. If I had to guess.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think this is sad. I assume he's probably a bit mistreated, but like, I don't know, he seems like he's okay with the life he has.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
No, not
Doesn't
really.
need to be. It's locked.
Okay, so what do we have here?
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Arrange a piece of paper to find the combination for the box's padlock. So, can I rotate these? Nah. But I mean, I see enough. Right? I mean, I feel like that's how it's supposed to fit. I don't know for sure. Or wait a minute. Because I need multiple types of leaves. Is there any way for me to arrange this in like different ways? Yes. I think. It's just a matter of which one comes first. Let's need to find more paper. I don't know how I do this with 3. But it's interesting how this can fit in multiple ways. Like that can form that, and that can also form that. Huh. But can this form in any other way? Maybe even with like... Yeah, because that forms that. Okay, so wait, what if we... So... So what am I looking at here then? This is clearly more of an end piece. I almost wonder if I should have more paper. Now, assuming, well, no, okay, so it doesn't go from top to bottom. So what do we have here? So we have arrow, Then we have droplet with the upside down heart. So we can make an assumption that at least one of them is that. So we have this one. And I think that's a pretty good assumption. Because that looks to be about correct. It's not rounded, so it's not that. And we know one of them as well is the drop, but it's a drop with a point. So it's that one. So we have two of them. But how do I get more out of this? How do I get more out of what I have? I mean, it's gonna depend a little bit. Because if we're looking at it like that, then we also have that, which looks to be... I can't tell, actually. It could be that. Yes. I believe so. So if I'm correct, I got 3 out of them. I'm just trying to figure out what the last one could be. Because that doesn't really match up. Or does it? I mean, there is a match there. Because it kind of forms that. I just don't know what that would be. I don't know if I'm supposed to find other pieces of paper or not. But I can definitely see like those 3 shapes. Yes, because if we do something like this as well, I think. Yeah, so then we form that shape. So we just need to form like one more shape. I mean, ideally, I could probably take a guess as well. I mean, like I said, I could take a guess. I wanna try to figure out this other shape though. Because we have you, we saw you, and we saw you. Oh wait, no, we saw you. So what's another shape that I can see here? No, because that wouldn't make sense. This, however. No, because we did that one. Right? Yeah, because that's the pointy boy. Right there. So we've done you. done you. It's hard to find anything else that really fits. I can get 3. I can confidently get 3 of them. See, I feel like that's also a shape. Or like that's a shape. I mean, if that's the case, it's like that does fit actually. There we go. What's like a thick boy though? It's not that. I mean, it could be, I guess. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense. No, wait, no, it's this and then that. Yeah. So that has to be the combination.
I did it. What do I win?
There you go. See, we could have taken a guess, but okay. That is clever. That is really clever. That's actually really clever. Because you'd think you have 3 pieces of paper. How do I get a 4 combination lock out of that, right? And then you realize, okay, well, actually, no, because that only correlates, like, one of them correlates to only one of the spinnies, right? And then from there, you can kind of deduce, I just need to, like, rearrange them and, like, each in certain different orders. That's actually really clever. I like that.
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
Ornate trowel. Metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it in letters either side of a heart. PP, heart, FF. So that's Fritz, Fallow, and Poppy Pointer. I don't think it's really all that ominous. It depends on what Poppy says.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Why do I keep getting, like, notifications? Alright, cool. Really nothing. It's all just, like, random notifications.
There's someone outside the window.
Wait, is there?
Something outside the window.
Okay, yeah.
It's probably just a rock.
Probably.
You
Dwayne?
Sure?
Is that you?
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
I was gonna say, it's a little bit weird.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Slot the lid open, then move the tiles into the correct slots. Oh, I see. Oh boy. So do we just cover the moons?
Nothing. Still locked.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots, are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Okay, so it's in a pattern. So what if it's like... What if it's kind of like that?
Nope. It's not budging.
Alright.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
I think that could be
Let's
likely.
come back once we know what to do.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we'll leave that for now. Okay. And I could question Fritz about the trowel, but I'd rather talk to Poppy about that first, if I'm being honest. Okay, so here's the guy that took over the investigation, like the moment it began. There's also paint here. There's more paint here. She probably got the paint from him then.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Delicious.
Oh.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Is it a Warhammer guy? Is it a Warhammer
Well,
mini?
the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Painted model, wooden carving of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints are found nearby. Interesting.
Fish?
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason.
Is that a thing people really do? I'm trying to remember. I think I've seen pufferfish lamps. I don't know if they're made out of actual pufferfish, though. It'd be kind of messed up if it was.
It's Earth.
Oh, it is,
Its
I
earth
guess.
was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light.
Rub the lamp. Give me a
It's
genie.
a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
Okay, that's funny.
That's a massive conch shell.
The magic conch?
Do you think this little crab living inside?
I hope so. A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
You know, I've seen, so this one anime that I watched a while ago called Do It Yourself. Really good show, by the way. Where one of the characters slept in a hammock, actually, in their room. And I thought, man, that's really comfy. I would kind of like to do that one day. I'm not going to lie. I think that'd be really comfy. Be a comfy way to sleep.
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Now I think I like that.
Oh. An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed.
Probably. Anything in the drawers?
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
That is pretty strange. Okay, let's talk to the mans.
Sir?
Who might you be?
Can you hear me?
I think your name was said
I'm
before.
Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Feel it,
Okay.
fellow, at your beck and call.
This guy seems interesting.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah?
How
Why
so?
is that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures.
That's
That's
true.
what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
Don't know how I feel about that water. I don't know if it tastes like, I don't know, it's weird because I don't know, it tastes different. I know it's bottled and I don't normally drink bottled water, but like, I don't know, it's something different about that water. It doesn't taste off or anything. It just seems different.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer.
That makes a lot of sense.
/ treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like cursed statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But
Okay.
I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if
No, excuse me.
I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here.
He's not retired,
I
is
may
he?
be Between ventures right
Ah,
now.
of
but
course,
it's simply
yeah.
Not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, where were you yesterday?
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate.
Very.
I regret that I can't be of any help.
Why not?
But I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
I just...
Maybe clean it out soon. It's
There's
getting
not
oddly
much
dusty.
to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's... working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What
So he's talking about the
qualifies
painted
as
mini?
unusual?
What have you got?
Okay then, Mr. Felix, what is your statement?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent? Perhaps. Uncertain.
He's really
as
eccentric.
life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Okay, so that's pretty interesting. So 2 people left. Poppy wasn't one of... Well, see, that's the weird thing, right? Because we said Poppy went downstairs, but they didn't make mention of anybody else going up. Now, that could just be me reading into it a little bit. But that also seems a little bit weird, because he didn't mention... Because he's like... The other one went up, whatever her name is, Primrose? I don't quite remember. Like, went up, and he noticed her. But he also didn't mention the professor, so I mean, it tracks, kind of.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes.
No,
Been
yes,
married over
yes.
20 years now.
You two still get on?
Yeah, of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
You know, I think Poppy is going to be the biggest clue. I think she's going to be the most helpful. Because a lot of what we've spoken of kind of revolves around Poppy in a way. The tapes, the gramophone, the humming, presumably. The stuff with Fitz, right? Like, there's a lot with Poppy that I'm kind of curious about.
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Quite the character, eh?
Yeah,
A
very.
fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
Golden
reckon?
Beetle, you say?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
Interesting. Okay, so that makes sense.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too.
Okay.
Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
He likes his plants.
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
Okay. So, what can you tell me about any of these?
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And what happened to the Remingtons?
Tangle Tower.
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
Okay, interesting.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document?
I don't know if it's that necessarily.
I found it comforting.
Okay, what about the harp statue?
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way.
Okay.
But,
So if we go to library, we might find it. Then we might find a clue.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they?
I mean, he's got a point there.
Piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it does look a lot like a knife.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that. Does Flora normally keep something in
Felix
here?
seems odd,
She
man.
must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Okay, what about the gramophone? Poppies?
Quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
Okay.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
Hmm.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
Okay, Fiona, yep.
That looks
The
like
tracks.
it might belong to Fitz.
That is true.
I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
It's a trowel. I mean, a very ornate trowel.
Now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it. As you can
Yeah.
see.
Mastered,
Do you paint
yeah.
them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard
Of
fact,
course,
huh?
yeah, okay.
So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower.
Yeah, of course.
Safety first and all that.
So I don't know if he's suspicious or not, if I'm being real with you. I mean, he kind of is, but he just seems like someone that really wants to be seen as cool when really he isn't. So I don't think we have really... Oh, wait a minute, what's this?
Nice. A real treasure chest.
Can I open it?
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
Okay, let's see.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Ooh.
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Hmm. So, use the treasure map to discover the combination of the chest padlock. Oh, wait, this is the map. Okay. Oh, well, this should be pretty easy then. Oh, yeah, it should be really easy. Because we have a serpent, tree, and, like, stone. So it'd be, like, here. Yeah, so this would be it, presumably. Yes, yeah, so we literally found it. So it's I3. I3, I don't know. I3 South?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues?
I did.
And what about that painting on the chest itself?
I mean, it depends exactly what it like means. Like if it's saying where the treasure is, that would be south, right? Wait. Wait a second. Because there are also birds here. Unless there's something incorrect about... Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. I think I get it. I think I get what it's trying to say. Like, technically, it looks like we are indeed in I3. But it could also be an I-4 maybe. Yeah, because we're like on top of it, so it'd be I-4, I think, technically. Right? I don't know about like I-4 south? Or would it still be north? I'm curious.
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting and the treasure map.
Yes, you are correct.
Like they're different versions of the same thing, maybe?
It just depends exactly what it means by like where we're going. Okay, so assumptions. Because we know we stand on top of the X. We're standing on top of the X. I feel like I got it right, but at the same time, because I presume we'd be here. There's also birds there, and that's farther off in the distance. So I'm kind of just wondering. I don't know about, see, I feel like I'm correct, but I don't know about like the north, south, east, and west stuff. That's what I'm not too sure about. I don't know, because I'm pretty sure I have the coordinates. I mean, this seems correct. Right? It's the birds, though. They're also kind of throwing me for a loop because there are two birds there. Like, unless we're... like, here... But it's the birds that are throwing me for a bit of a loop. I don't know. I feel like it's still right there. I don't know about the direction though. What is it trying to get me to do with the direction? I was so confident that I had it. I mean, clearly we're on the X. So, like, to me, this makes sense. Because if we're in the middle, but I mean, then this also makes sense. Unless it's the direction the birds are flying? In which case, that'd be north.
That was incorrect.
The padlock has 3 different inputs. A letter, a number, and a compass direction.
Yes, that is correct.
Just a grid reference for the map.
I mean, that is 100% correct. What am I looking for with the directions? Because that's the only thing I can think of. Because we tried that in south. I don't know. To me, this makes absolute sense. I'm not entirely sure. It's the birds that are kind of getting me, though. I feel like this is like really easy, but there's just like one thing I'm missing or not noticing. Because we have sea serpent, rock, island with X on it, 2 birds, and tree. Now, this has sea serpent, rock, island, and tree, but I don't see 2 birds. Now contrast that, but I mean that doesn't really make sense either. I'm trying to think like if you turn it, like what does that get us? Like I like it's the compass direction that's bothering me. Or is it like the way the sea serpent's going? But there's no reference for that. Like we know north, west, east, south, but this one's like directly like in the middle here. Would that be east? Because I'm more eastward?
That was
The
incorrect.
padlock has 3, just a grid reference for the map.
That was
The padlock, just a grid reference for the map.
I-3. What about I-4 east?
That
The
was
padlock, just a grid reference for the map.
that
The
was
padlock, just a grid reference for the map.
that
The pad, just
I'm just curious.
that
the
was
pad, just a grid reference.
Okay, so somewhere around here I am.
that
The
was
pad, just a grid reference for the map.
that
The
was
pad, just a
Okay, so there's something that I am missing. For sure, I am missing something here. It looks like it should be insanely easy. It's the 2 birds that are throwing me off. Because I'm even looking at this, right? Like, if we turn it, like if we turn, like, but that doesn't really make sense either, though. Because you can't really turn it around. Now, granted, we might... Hey, Bass. Welcome back to Stream Friendo. How you doing today? Right now, just kind of working on a puzzle here. I think I have everything I need, but it's eluding me, right? Because we need to try finding the way to open. We need to find the combination to this chest padlock, right? And we got to use this as a reference along with the map here. Now, this looks to me like it should be I-3 or I-4. I don't know what compass direction it would be. But I can't seem to get it correct. And then we have the birds up here, which also kind of throwing me for a loop. So I'm not entirely sure about this one. Let's see, Bass says things are all right. Just getting gifts for everyone. Very nice, very nice. Honestly, that's what's one thing about Christmas. It's always difficult, right? Especially with how tight money's getting, right? That's kind of the one problem. Normally, Christmas, everything's perfectly fine, typically, right? It's like, oh yeah, more than enough money to get gifts for everybody. Yeah, right, etc., etc. But this year, I think just with how much things have gone up, it's actually, certainly where I live, it's just made money like incredibly tight. Like it's crazy. Like I'm pretty much good, but at the same time, still just really tight. Like I don't know, it's really not good. But hopefully you're having a lot of luck with that. This game's really good, by the way. I saw you have it in your library. You should totally play it. It's really, really good. I don't know what the compass is for. The compass is what's throwing me off the most, to be honest. Because I don't know what the compass is supposed to represent. Because what is it? Is it telling me like where I'm looking? Yes. Yes, that is. Isn't it? So would it be this?
That was
No.
incorrect.
That's incorrect.
The padlock has 3 different inputs: a letter, a number, and a compass direction. It's just a grid reference for the map.
Okay, so assuming this is meant to be the direction I'm looking out, then let's make another assumption, but that wouldn't really work either. I mean, if it's the direction I'm looking at, I'm definitely facing north. And that's the only thing I can think of in relation to the map. So what if we do 3 then?
That was
The
incorrect.
pads
That
are
was
just a
incorrect
grid
as well.
reference for the map.
So, because I'm definitely standing on I-4, and I'm not standing on I-3, but I thought maybe give it a try. Because I am on the X. I don't think that's in question. There's one just items in the picture. It's also how it looks. Yeah. Because I don't know, my assumption here, and this could be me being entirely wrong, is that I'm standing on the X right now. This is me on the X, right? I'm looking north. I see tree. I see 2 birds. I see serpent. I see rock. Right? So if I'm standing here and I'm facing north, I see tree, I see serpent, I see rock, but I don't see bird. Bird is the only one that's really kind of the odd one out here. And there's only 3 sea serpents on the map. Unless there's like any implied movement. The only problem is I don't see bird. So far the puzzles haven't really given me much of an issue. So this one's really interesting. This one's getting me good. Best is I should also ask about the whole backseating / hints thing. Just kind of like usual. If you know it, then I'd say maybe give me time to kind of figure it out. Unless I ask. Obviously, if I ask, then gloves are off, right? But it's basically the same as always. I really should have a thing for the bot with backseating, just to make that clear. It's really anybody else that also shows up too, right? Best of luck, give me some more time then. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Because I want to have like that eureka moment, right? Like, oh, I figured it out. Because it's the birds. It's the birds that are getting me. Because I feel like the birds are important. I don't think there's any movement between everything. And it seems obvious, but it almost seems too obvious. Because I'm on the island. Like, I'm on the X. And right now it's kind of me just talking to kind of, you know, doing like the programmer duck thing, right? I'm just kind of talking to myself to try and figure out what I could be missing. I might come back to this one later. I'd rather not, but I might. I'm pretty sure it's the direction I'm looking out. But what if there's something about that that's not correct? So that's definitely straight on. Like, everything here matches with the grid. Apart from you two. You two don't. The only other one that's close is here. But that doesn't match up still. It almost seems too easy. Like, that's the thing, and it is. See, I can tell I'm slipping back into my seat now because I'm like, I need to figure this out. I might come back to this one. There's nothing that I get from like leaving it. I think all the information I have is right here, but I'm just not really too... It's not I-3, it's not I-4, it's not north. But that makes sense to me. As far as I can tell, there's no implied movement. Thank you very much, Bass, for the hydrate and the posture check. I'm drinking from actual bottles of water today. Because as I explained a little bit earlier, I'm cleaning out my usual water bottle. I'm just making sure it doesn't get like dirty or anything. I haven't really cleaned it out much recently, so I'm trying to do that. So I got it soaking in the sink right now. So right now we're doing with the just good old normal bottles of water. Is this Nestle? I don't even know what kind of brand this is. Just like it says Pure Life on it, but I don't know what actual brand it is. Not like it matters really. Like, water is water, really, to an extent at least. Like, what if I'm behind it a little? Like, that doesn't make sense, but like, what if I'm at like 5, for example?
That was
The pad's just a grid.
Okay. So I'm not at 5. That makes sense. Like, I assume it's where I am. Which would have to be 4. See, it doesn't... See, like, I get it. Unless, like... It's the birds. Where are the birds? Like, I'm even looking at this in the sense of like birds move, or that the map is, you know, that it loops, right? Like, what if it loops? Like, but if I were to go up here and like see a ship, right? Like, you know what I mean? It just doesn't really make much sense for it to be anywhere else, but that may be the trick. Because, I mean, there's also the chance that I was up here, right? Because if we go up from H, but we don't see the other stuff. And kind of, but that won't really work either. It's not under there. Waves. I don't see waves. I do see some kind of painted horizon. I don't think I'm on E. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for me to be on E. It doesn't make sense for me to be rotated either, because I'm very clearly facing north. What am I getting all these buzzes for? Okay, just notifications for stuff I don't even look at generally. Okay. I'm gonna come back to this one in a little bit. I will figure this out, but I'm gonna come back.
Come back later.
I'm not running away from it. I will figure it out. I just think I need fresh eyes. I need fresh eyes. So we will come back. We'll go and we will have a peek with whoever's room this is. Whose room could this be? Freya's room. Okay, this could be interesting. Because this is the murder victim's room.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Photo of painting. A small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edges. Yeah, like, I don't know if that's like the colors.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
That is true. What about this, the bug?
Just little trinkets.
Okay.
Let's leave them alone. That
That's the
painting.
picture.
Maybe Freya enjoyed the hang on. There's a
Yeah, okay, so it's just same thing. What about down here?
painting supplies.
Mm-hmm.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
Cute.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't illustrate.
True, he has a point.
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe.
Okay, let's have a look.
They're not real paintbrushes.
Uh-huh.
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
So the brushes in the correct order, arrange your paper to find the clue. Okay, so this I can do. This I can probably do. So you're a corner piece, I think. This could also be a corner piece. Okay, let's see here. So what do we have? We have... Okay. We can get one. Then presumably we can get the rest. And I can't... Yeah, okay. Bum, 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 ba-da-ba-bum. No. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong about this being a corner piece. It looks like it should be, though. And I can't swap them. I can't move them or rotate, I mean. So it's going to be like a puzzle we had a little bit earlier. I'm thinking... Okay, so let's assume, let's make a small assumption here, that those ones do go in their respective corners. I don't think this really gets me anything. It's a swan pattern. Once I find one piece that fits, the rest should fall into place. It's just going to be getting that one piece to fit. I think... no. There's just a lot of angles, right? There's a lot of angles here. And they're not like pretty angles either. Like, I doubt they'll fit perfectly to form something. Okay, wait. Okay, I think we got one piece. So let's actually maneuver this right there. Just to get out of the way until I can come up with something. That actually, I see a way we can make this work, right? At least I think I do. Like, that might work. 'Cause, I mean, they're both straight, right? So it kind of fits. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That doesn't really make sense. The problem with them being straight, that does though. That makes sense. Yeah. It's not really getting me anywhere. I'm kind of curious about something. No, that does not fit in the slightest. I have most of this, right? Because if I slide that in there, then I only have really 3 slots that kind of work. I'm trying to think, do I have anything at like an angle that kind of works? See, this one I'm not incredibly sure of. Like, I think this is correct. But it could also just as easily be wrong. So let's actually ignore that one for now. Because that one could just be wrong. So I already... Okay, so we'll move these pieces over to the side. So this one I know connects, but let's go ahead and connect this one right here. So now what do we have? So that doesn't really fit. This one here doesn't really fit either. See, like, you can pretend that fits, but I mean, it doesn't really. And the problem is, like, it's the lines. Like it's all here is the thing, right? Like, it's all here. Wait. Okay, let's make another assumption here. Let's say that down there, but what if so then that kind of fits like that. I think that's, I feel like it's kind of almost stretching it a bit though. But this definitely, these two look like they should fit together. And then it's the swan. The swan fits in there too. Okay, we're getting it. It's just a matter of how they all fit together. So let's put you up here. Put you up here. No, let's put you over here. Okay, wait, actually, if we put... No, because that doesn't really work. So if we put you like that, and the swan like so. I'm almost there. They're all... I can fit 3 of them together roughly. It's just a matter of putting them in the same spot. So I'm thinking then... So if we have this be the case... that the swan fits in like that, which looks accurate, then that fits in like that. So we may be onto something here. So if this is correct, then it should look something like this, I think. Yes. Right? Yeah. Okay, there we go. That took a lot of finagling, but we got it. So now we need to decipher this. So it's the color or the shape of the brush, or the type of stroke it can do. So I think green. Now the blue is gonna be the weird one. But where's orange? And see, like, what are these? So is it like a mixture of color? So I don't see a way I'd get orange. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. On the top. So how many rows do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what these arrows up here necessarily mean. I'm assuming there's some color mixture involved, maybe. Or maybe not. See, this is interesting because it's like a puzzle within a puzzle. See, why are those like blanked out? And see, I'm thinking the handles have something to do with it too. Which is why I have the orange as well, but that's... And I want to say it has to do with like the tip of the brush too, but I mean... Because I mean, that looks a lot like the head of these two brushes. I think I see, but I'm not entirely sure how I would do that. So I think... So on the top, it's all mystery. Let's see. Bass says, I like multi-part stuff like this and has a great amount of charm, although different from something like Layton. Yeah, this is its own thing. Yeah, right. Like I really do like this too, actually. And I like how it's actually making me think as well, right? Because like it's making me proper, like fully, completely actually use my head to try and figure this out, which I really, really like. 1, 2, 3. So like the only thing I can really think would be it's 1, 2, 3. So on the third slot, because that's pink fan head and green, presumably. In which case this would be... I think I get what it's trying to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3. So yeah, so we know this up here is blue, I believe. So what's that then? Because if we take this to be the very bottom, then these are the handles, which makes sense because that's pink and orange. So it's handle type, which means this would fit here, I think, because handle orange type is like thick. This is blue. So then it would be handle something green, but that one I can't really take a guess on because I got two that are essentially the same apart from the head. But actually we can make a slight assumption because this is pink thingy and then whatever that is. This is my assumption with why the question marks are there, right? So the only one that works is that. But this one has to be orange. But that one also doesn't go all the way to the top, which is making me think it's probably that. Just a guess. Which means this is accurate?
Nothing.
No.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper?
Yes.
It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
I think I'm on the right track. I still don't know if I'm on the right track with like brush head. I think that's what it's trying to tell me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. tracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tracks. But then 1, 2, 3, 4. What would be the separate thing that you could only have 4 of? 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are height. Height? Is it? Is that meant to mark height? It's not from smallest to tallest, is it? It could be. Maybe? Because actually we have 2 of each. Does it alternate? Somehow? It's the arrows up top that are also getting me, because I mean, but that has to, it must go from smallest to tallest. I'm trying to think how I could make that work. I mean, it does. It could work. But that also doesn't necessarily make sense. Unless I swap these 2. Which, granted, could work.
I did it.
There you go.
What do I win?
Okay, well, there you go. We figured it out.
Not bad.
Thank you, Detective Grimoire.
What was in the box?
What's in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Am I gonna laugh at it? A ripped photo. Someone has been ripped out of that. All right. A photograph of 2 young girls, one with red hair, the other with green hair. The photo has a large piece missing. It seems to have been ripped off. So this is Freya, I believe. I don't know who that is. I don't think I would have met her yet. And I don't know who that could be. For all I know, maybe that's Poppy.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Seabass says, yeah, you moved the wedge head to the leftmost and forgot to replace it. Okay, that makes sense.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
Probably.
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like 2 people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
A drawing of a man standing with a woman in a garden. He's holding a red rose. Drawing of a young woman. A drawing of Detective Hawkshaw. Fifi and Hawkshaw. Okay, so this is intriguing. This is very intriguing.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Okay. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to someone else's bedroom. So we know we need to go back here. But first, we can check out this area. The library. So this is one place I know we needed to go. Okay, I guess we'll talk with her first.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
So this is Fifi, I'm guessing.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am
Understandable.
a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no?
Why not?
How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
That's what a
No.
suspect
Speaking
would
of which,
say.
You have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
I feel like that's. I feel like I've been here longer than that, according to my clock.
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
All right. Okay. Tell me about
But you
yourself.
will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my
Fair,
first
fair.
one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead.
That's
It
impressive.
automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No.
That'd be
but
cool,
that
though.
would be most amusing.
Bass says, oh, it looks so good. It does, right? I really love the style. Really love the style for it, right?
What can you tell me about the murder?
The humor is really good, too,
What can you
actually.
tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to
So, I
ask.
mean, humor's pretty on point.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Okay.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
oddly
Why?
relatable. Not necessarily for me,
Sounds
but, you know.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
Okay, Fifi, tell me about your statement. What
When I
happened the
was
other
in my
day?
room, the lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room.
Poppy
Her
is
makeup was lifted.
everywhere.
She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Oh, okay. All right.
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Okay, I think so far all the statements track that I can think of. I might need to ask someone. I might need to talk to Fritz again or Fitz, excuse me, again at some point, just because I'm trying to think if he said if Poppy left or not. Okay, what can you tell me about everybody?
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown.
Nah.
Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, But I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
I mean, fair.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss,
Hmm.
something she has been unable to move beyond.
Okay, suffered a great loss. All right, I'm intrigued.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53.
I might need to look at that family tree again.
Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value.
Mhm,
Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say
That's oddly
No.
true, to be
No.
fair, for the most part.
Why not?
you asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh.
Hmm.
Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
Okay, tell me about yourself.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
She's an interesting
How
one.
come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
Hmm.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
Okay, intriguing. What about Hawkshaw?
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Oh. Okay, that was good. That was good. Very cartoony.
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
Okay,
I
all
do
right.
not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Hmm. See, I'm really curious about that paper. Now, from what I'm getting here, I think Freya may have had a problem with Poppy. And it may have been related to Fitz. Just based on the picture that we saw, or the drawing that we saw. Well, no, and the picture, the drawings and the picture, right?
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist?
I've never heard that term
I
before.
thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
More scientific.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago,
Uh-huh.
I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Okay, that's interesting. Now, was it a knife or was it the trowel that we found? Right?
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens. Unique architecture.
It's very unique.
Must be worth a fortune.
I don't know if I'd live there or
Why
not.
do you ask?
Don't know if I'd like that.
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You
It'd be
sound
hard to
like
sell.
her.
Ooh, now see, now that is interesting. You sound like her. Freya? Perhaps? Right? Freya, perhaps? You know, like, could be. Could be. I'm intrigued because she sounded really saddened as well.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Could it be the trowel? Because the ornate trowel does kind of look like it could be that shape
The statue
too.
itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Yeah, trying.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right.
Hmm.
But why?
I do not know why.
Hmm.
Curious.
Okay, fair.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
I mean, it seems like a genius, to be fair. So I haven't really questioned it much, but like, why would there be blood on that knife, right? Like, they're making the assumption that, like, they've made the hint that, oh, maybe the painting stabbed her. But I don't think this is the kind of world where you have that kind of magic, right? So I wonder if she was painting the knife with her own blood. But I don't know why or how that would make sense. But if she's going through some kind of weird love thing with like Poppy and Fitz, then maybe, right?
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
Okay, so that
A whole
makes
pot
sense.
full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
So it depends on whose blood it is, mind you, but if it's her own blood, then maybe she did, like, do it herself,
That belongs
right?
to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
That's true, I do like to eat them.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she
I thought it
gave
was
it
gonna
to
be
my
it.
mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Is she
Mm.
laughing?
I think so. Okay, so that seemed like a really weird response, didn't it? That seemed a bit
The
strange.
red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Hmm.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Okay, okay.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
I mean, it's the crystal, so no, probably not.
The integrity of your teeth.
Okay, what about the trowel?
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
See, I think she's kind of coming to the same conclusion that maybe I did. Maybe she saw the trowel. Now, that's my assumption, because we know Fritz went to see Poppy, and we have the assumption that Fritz and Poppy are probably an item, just probably secretly,
A
right?
wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
See, we're learning a lot here. I still think Poppy is going to be the key to figuring this all out.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
Look at this photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Which is probably Poppy.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
See, she's connecting some dots too, I think. Okay.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
Let's go later. I want to look around here real quick. So what's this?
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly
Possibly. So let's see here. Let's see. Bass says, I'm going to do some chores. All right. You go do your chores. Take care of my friendo. And yeah, hopefully they're not too hard for today. Right? And hopefully you had a good time watching. Assuming you're going to like leave to go do those chores. Right? And hopefully my slowness with the puzzles hasn't been too frustrating. Right? So the bird book. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids? Mystids? Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has a particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica, pictured. That feather looks like a knife, doesn't it? I don't think it'll be too long. All right, sounds good then. That feather looks so much like a knife. I feel like, and it even has the, like a marking, ink dip. That right there, I think, might be some sort of clue. And talk to her, in fact. I want to bring this up to you.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
See, but first thing I noticed, right? Because if you look at it, right? Like, let's actually have a look at this, right? So if we look at our stuff, because you have that right there. Now, yes, it does look like a knife, but it also has more of a, how do I want to put it? More of like, I don't know, like a weird handle. Like, I've seen knives that look similar to that, but I haven't actually seen like most knives that look like that, right? And then you look at, and then you look at the ink dip down here, and that looks oddly similar, up to and including the coloration on the tip of the feather, right? So there's, I think that's not a knife in the photograph. I think that's just a feather of the ink dip.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Oh boy, here we go. Oh, that's a lot of formulas.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Ma-
Don't look at them for too long.
Oh.
You'll give yourself a headache.
Accurate. Very accurate to me.
Math equations.
Yeah, I just want to hear his
Don't
dialogue
look
for
at
that.
them. You'll give yourself a headache.
So this is something we might have to come back to.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Okay, wait. Maybe we
Chalkboard.
do
Is
need
this
to
a
go look at
library?
it. It's like, what could it be telling me though?
Math.
Don't look. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Any idea what
Not
this?
a clue.
Any idea what
Not
this?
a clue.
Wait, the 53 maybe?
Math.
Don't look. You'll give
No.
yourself a headache.
Okay, I can't click on that.
Math.
Don't look. You'll give yourself a
That's
headache.
interesting.
Any idea
Not
what?
a clue.
Huh.
Math.
Don't. You'll give yourself a headache.
Math.
Don't. You'll give yourself a headache.
I don't know. This is an instance where I'm not really too sure what it wants me to click on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those ones together make 7 and then 8.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Maybe I'm not supposed to learn anything from this
I'm not
yet.
sure I learned anything from that.
I'm sure I'm supposed to maybe a bit later.
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The
Accurate.
search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
I was gonna say it's very poetic, isn't it?
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Books
Bugs.
about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about
Geography?
geography.
Skip.
I like geography. Was this history?
Books about
Yep.
ancient history?
No, don't say skip. Don't say skip.
I think they'd crumble
Whoops.
into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
I don't want that to happen twice.
Books about...
These books are ancient history.
There you go.
I think they'd crumble
Good
into
excuse.
things.
There you go.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Yeah, I think I clicked it kind of weird. I think I accidentally double clicked because I think I rolled my finger on it somehow. Like I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I think I did accidentally double click.
A book on the floor.
Closer look.
Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Okay, what's this?
Books about geography.
Skip.
Okay, so the what about over here?
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Oh, did I do that already? Okay, this one seems interesting.
A snow globe?
This one seems like it could be a puzzle.
Of sorts.
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look. See.
Hey, look at that.
Uh-huh.
It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
I agree. I'd buy one. I'd buy the merch.
Hey, look at them. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing...
Hey, look at them. What are you
That
thinking?
would make an amazing...
Okay. So I don't know if this is supposed to tell me anything in particular. I do like how you can see how this is made. Like you have the glass and then you have the inner glass and then you have like the liquid in between. Well, as a Chivo for finding the Tangle Tower snow globe.
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
True.
Books about
Nature? Lamp?
Books about nature?
Okay, it's not about the lamp. Okay, so not a ton in this room. We have a thing that we might need to come back to later, and we found the Book of the Ink Dip, which I think is probably the most important find that we could have, to be honest. Okay, let's have a look into Fifi's room.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Ah, you look so sad. No.
It's a magnifying glass.
Okay, it's a
Why?
smaller one. Okay, what's this?
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Okay, can we read it?
Clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
Ah, of course. Was it sippies?
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients. But there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, she definitely has like the gamer kind of bedroom, including the bed on the floor. I think I've talked about this before, but like I actually used to have a bed very similar to this, interestingly enough. Every time I've mentioned it to people though, they always go like, oh no. Like one friend that I have, she, like I mentioned, like, oh, I sleep on the floor. Like now granted, I think the way I said it was meant to imply like, oh yeah, I've slept on the floor. Not like I've slept on a bed on the floor. But like, it was really comfy. It was like a little, like memory foam kind of mattress. I think my bed frame broke. I don't remember why. It was really old, so that probably explains it. So I think my bed frame broke, and we removed it, and I put my bed on the floor with the idea that, oh, I'll get a new bed frame like sometime in the near future. But I actually found it really comfy. I don't know, there's just something oddly nice about, like, there's your bed on the floor, flop straight onto your bed and just like sleeping. Like, I don't know, it was just like oddly comfy. It's kind of hard to explain. Like, I have a bed frame now, right? Like, I have a bed frame now. Like it's literally just over there. You can't see it, but trust me, it's over there. And there are times when I kind of think like, man, what if I just got another memory foam bed and just put it on the floor? Like, that'd not be comfy as hell. I don't know.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Maybe a little smidgen.
A new suspect.
Question him.
Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Safe for the judge.
Oh yeah, it's really good. What's this?
Boxes of stuff.
All right.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light.
You natural light, get it out of here,
A
gross.
simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
So obviously I need to look over here, but I'm also kind of really curious about like this
That's
area
a whole
in
lot of
general.
books.
What's this?
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Okay, so it seems like she's been doing some investigating of her own. So, or maybe it's like a bit of a family tree. So she, okay. So Hawkshaw and the professor are connected. These two are also connected because, of course, I think they're in a relationship. I think. I could be wrong. I don't quite remember. These two are in a relationship. I don't know about these two. I don't know who that is. That might even be her.
And that's you, Sally.
What?
Oh, wait, is it? Oh, wait, it
I
is.
do not look like
Oh,
that.
it is.
Do I?
Wait. And then that's him. Yeah, that makes sense. Huh.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty accurate.
It does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
Okay, so this is all about connections then. I even like the question mark here. Like, she's not really too sure about these two.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Okay.
Looks like Fitz.
Who's that?
Not sure.
Haven't met him yet.
Who's that?
Not sure.
Haven't met her yet.
That's gotta be Flora.
Who is that?
No idea. Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Okay, so this is just like a chart of connections then. Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Fifi?
Freya?
Freya, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Okay, so let's have a look at this.
Microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, of course. Let's see. So what do we have?
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Horizontally slide the four magnifying lenses to the correct positions. Wow. Okay, smiley face. Oh boy. Okay, so let's move all these off to the side. So do they all need to be connected? I mean, that'd be pretty easy to do, I think, right? Right? Like in theory, I mean. If that, yeah, because you can even see it. So this is like, yeah, because they have like the thingies down here and up here. So what we need to do is we need to, I don't know if we need to magnify. See, I feel like that's too much. Now that could be it. Like maybe? Ooh, see, I know there's gonna be some shenanigans here in relation to probably putting some of them together. Because I assume I need to make, or do I need to make it look like a key? That's it, isn't it? I need to make it look like this key down here. Ooh, this could be... How'd I do that? So that has to be like that. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking really solid. I think that's looking about as good as it can.
I guess that's wrong.
The four lenses all have different magnification strengths. So they must each have a specific position along the rail.
Yeah. Maybe like that then? Yeah, there you go. Okay, I was just slightly off. I got it though. That's good. That was good.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box.
What we getting?
There's a book in here.
Secret diary. Well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked to the strange metal device. Is it really? Huh. I mean, should I go back to Fifi and show this to her? I mean, maybe. Be like, yo, I got your diary. She'll probably be upset, but I mean, I'm gonna show her anyway.
A book. My book.
Yes.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Oh, okay. I was gonna take a sip of water. I thought she was gonna say a lot more. Yeah, I'm gonna put that right up there for now. Nah, actually, I won't. I'll put it like over here. Okay. Okay, let's go back here with some of the knowledge that we have now, and let's just kind of run through it with some people, right? So, like, what do you think of Felix?
Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nope, not happening.
Nice try.
Hey, what
I
about
spoke
Fifi?
to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Okay,
I
Hawkshaw.
spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
And
Do
Fitz.
you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
Okay, what about just all this other stuff? Nada. 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 Nada.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
Nope.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
Oh, wait. Is that the one we already did? No. Okay.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
Oh. Nope. Nothing?
Really thought she was gonna say something there.
Ah, me too, right? Okay. So nothing new from her. Understandable. Understandable. If I go back here, I'm just gonna keep on trying to get that thing done. I'm gonna have to save that for next time. Nothing new from Fifi, I don't think. Go to Hawkshaw. See what else we can maybe learn from Hawkshaw. What does about
Did you
Felix?
get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, Fifi.
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
True.
Barely.
And Fitz.
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
Why'd you say it like that? Restless. Right, that seemed a little bit kind of Gollum-esque, right?
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Well, maybe not Gollum-esque, but
Growing this fruit
Evil,
simply because
right.
it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would
little
you
bit.
do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I probably would make money out of
This is
it.
a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
That is true. I agree with her
I'm
100%
telling
on
him to
that.
quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they
No.
just wanted it for reference.
Hmm.
A photograph of Freya could be important.
I feel like it is. Especially coupled
When
with
did Freya
this.
draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of what I
A
thought
book
too,
from the
honestly.
library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
Yes.
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet.
Want to.
It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Hmm. Yeah, and I don't think I can interact with the objects, can I? Yeah, it's like if I do that, like that doesn't really do anything. I just know that it's locked. I would like to open it. Okay, let's go over here and talk to Fitz.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you
Yeah,
think?
yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Okay, can you tell us anything about any of this new stuff? Like this, for example.
Yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Dodging that question.
Felix made that? Huh. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter?
Very
What's that big red
abstract.
thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Okay.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Are we done? Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you
That's
have
true,
any?
there is.
In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Okay, so we have a lot to go off of here. I'm kind of curious about something. Is this up here?
Is that?
I think it's a family tree.
So there's Fitzfellow. And Freya. So I'm gonna take just a little bit of a guess here, right? This is me just throwing it out there. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm throwing it out there. I think Freya might have been into Fritz, you know, and so she's kind of jelly of Poppy. Would be my assumption, right? And I say this partly because the developers made it clear through the family tree here that they wouldn't be related, right? Even based on like the color, they wouldn't really be related because they're not exactly like that close to the line here, right? So like you could connect these two without it being incestuous is what I'm trying to get at.
Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
That is true.
Pretty.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe I'll check out another couple of rooms, maybe give myself 20 more minutes, then probably call it around there. I didn't expect, like, I could probably get through the game in one session. I hear, from what I've read on How Long to Beat, it takes about, like, roughly 6-ish hours. So it'd be just a little over what I generally like to stream. But I figure, you know, maybe I'll end it, like, a smidge early, just so next time we do it, we'll have more than enough things to do. I'll check out another room or two over on the pointer side and just kind of go from there, and then that way I have more than enough time to try and solve that puzzle, right? Here's Poppy. We can talk to Poppy before we end it. Perfect. Howdy, Poppy.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment.
She does look a little bit spooky.
But I am alive.
That
And very
makes you a
goth.
suspect, I'm afraid.
Very, very goth.
What's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All
She
in your
is.
wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
All right, tell me about yourself.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Understandable. Hey, welcome back, Bass. All right, tell me about yesterday.
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
That's a lot.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No, Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
See, Bass says, you know how some people like to think their children are, or think their children are predestined to be some sort of talent, so they get them to constantly practice? That's really screwed up. It is, right? Like, it's kind of like, well, it's kind of like those parents in a way that also, like, try to live vicariously through their children. Like, it's like, oh, I wanted to be an actor, but I got too old and life didn't work out that way, so I'm gonna force my child into that role, right? Like, you know, like, don't do that, right? Let your child pick what they want to do, you know what I mean? Like, it is pretty screwed up how some parents are like that. Yeah, give me your statement.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library.
Didn't Fifi say it was Penelope or Poppy's idea?
After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
I don't know. I'm not too sure who to necessarily believe with that. Because didn't Fifi say that that it was Poppy's idea to check the painting for blood? See, Bass Ackward says, although I guess that's mostly with the violin and not the piano nowadays. True.
Needless noise from tongues expel.
Oh my God, she's a poet.
Within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for
It's like I'm talking to Miri all over again.
Form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Okay.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make around a room.
Man, this is interesting. All right.
Between the lips, a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
Okay, what about Freya?
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
Okay, Fitz.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Okay, see, I was wondering if it'd be kind of like lovey with Fitz, and it seems like it is. Beth says, I know it's poetry, but it also feels like some sort of spirit channeling. I don't know. It could be, to be fair.
That's me.
Yeah, I know.
On a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Okay, now what can you tell me about any of these items?
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora's a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
Alright.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
See, this is really making me think that it might... I still think maybe Freya did it to herself.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. See how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
So she gave that to Freya because Freya wanted to record something. And I believe this is... Is this the one with the humming in it?
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
See, I really think it's a feather, man. I really think it has to be.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. What was inside?
No idea.
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself.
I could see
Like
that.
Getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
Okay, so that is confirmed to be black paint then. And we did see the giant eye in the ceiling of the room she died
Did you
in.
find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive.
Yeah,
I
I'd say.
guess. But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yes,
Yeah.
with your initials
I
on
think
it.
It belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never seen him use it. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Frey ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it.
I mean, you'd be
Setting a
surprised,
physical
Grimoire.
form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
Okay.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Maybe that's not Poppy then.
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
But if that's not Poppy in the photograph, unless she looked completely different. Because, I mean, because based on the leg, she has, like, neat, like, thigh-high socks or something. That doesn't really seem like Poppy's style. So unless Poppy just looked really different when the photo was taken, which, I mean, maybe she did. Maybe she didn't look goth, right?
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? That belongs to Flora, I think.
And the secret diary.
Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
Crack it open.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Okay.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
Okay, so we're definitely learning a fair bit here.
I wonder what's in there.
Go there later.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room.
Yes.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. So yeah, we'll look around here a little bit, and then I'll probably call it relatively soon. But I'll look around the room.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them.
And then after that, we'll save the rest of the game for tomorrow.
It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
And I'll try to remember everything I still need to do. And same with all the clues I have, right?
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room.
True.
He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
A horn statue is. Oh, because maybe it was doing that thing where like a certain frequency will break glass. Maybe. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass. That's a lot like the gramophone horn. And the cracked glass. Huh. So maybe what happened then is the glass got cracked because someone had some kind of cassette tape, and the gramophone played it, and that cracked some of Freya's paint pots, maybe? That would be my initial guess. Because, I mean, the crack does look pretty similar. Yeah. Oops. Okay.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty. So I'm guessing nobody.
Unfortunate.
1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
Yeah, actually, I get it. I get what he's going on. But piano.
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Very fancy.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
True.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little.
Well, it is the music room. It's gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
Okay, we did look at that already. I'm not seeing too much in this room besides, like,
Smells
the
like
mops
a
and
forest
stuff?
in here.
Okay, so we have some ideas for what's going on. I think there's a lot of suspicious stuff here. I'm glad that they're actually pointing me out to that room too. Because I'm definitely gonna need to go back. There's a fair few things that I need to look into, and I still need to finish the puzzle in that room as well. But that's the only puzzle I think I've skipped. Yeah, so I don't know if I have like a proper save. Oh, well, that made a window for a moment. Okay, I'm not really too sure. I assume it saves on its own because I do have saved slots. So I assume if I have saved slots, it probably saved. So yeah, pretty fun game actually. I'm actually really impressed with how good it feels, right? It actually feels really, really solid. Like, I'm actually quite impressed. And it's not what I was expecting at all, either, which I find kind of funny. Give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second. All right. Yeah, so I guess that's it for me for the moment. Let's see. Beth says, I assume it would auto-save. I assume so. And he also says, it's entirely possible. I mean, we all have a goth phase or something like that. True. And to be fair, even if we don't have like a straight up goth phase, we do go through phases of like wearing different things, right? Like tastes kind of change, right? Like when I was younger, I was all about shorts and like sandals, weirdly enough, and yeah, shirts with like no logos or anything on them because I didn't like logos and stuff on my shirts. I just liked straight colors. Now, granted, I still have that, but nowadays it's like, oh, I'll wear any kind of shirt with a logo on it if I need, if it's cool, or you know, like anything like that, right? Like now I don't really care about that. Now I like wearing baggy pants, like baggy loose pants, and I like wearing just normal shoes, right? So, you know, a lot of my style has changed as well, even if it's not goth necessarily, right? Bass says, yeah, I'm really impressed too, and I'm very excited for the sequel. Yeah, me too. So I think what the plan is going to be is we're going to finish this game off tomorrow. We should be able to finish it off. I don't see why we won't be able to. And then we will go and play the demo. I should be able to play the demo, which, yeah, I think would be pretty fun. I'm actually really, really looking forward to even checking the demo out. So, yeah. So I'm just having a look at something really, really, really fast. Really, really, really fast. All right. Okay. So I guess that is it for me today. Is there anybody I can perhaps drop a raid to? A quick little raid to? Let me see. Let me see. Nope. I don't want to hear myself. Get out of here, me. We'll send a small raid over to. Let's see. Bass is not sure if I'll be there because it's my mother's birthday, but I hope you have a great time. Well, thank you very much, Bass, and I hope your mother has a really happy birthday. I hope you have a good day there too. Right? No worries. The VOD will always be up on the YouTubes if you do want to check it out later, or like I say, play the game yourself and then watch the gameplay after. You know, if you haven't, like I say, I saw you have it. I don't know if you've played the game yet. So Kay, thanks, bye, is actually playing Bramble the Mountain King. I'm not gonna hang out there too much myself because I don't want to spoil too much. And plus I also, what's the word I'm looking for? Should go make food soon. So I'm not really gonna be able to stick around for Kay's stream much. But we'll give her a raid, and we'll give a nice frag raid, and yeah, we'll hang out for a little bit. Hang out for a little bit. Yeah, I'm really digging this game though. I really can't. I really can't wait to finish it. I kind of wish I could finish it tonight, but I don't think that'd be a good idea. I'd feel too rushy to try and make food. All right, so I suppose that is it for me. So stick around, give Kay a nice frag raid. But for now, I guess that's it for me. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. But for now, it's time to cue the outro. So frag out, and I shall catch you guys tomorrow.